And let's do this. Shuttle test flight missions. Shuttle test flight missions. Hashtag not sponsored. Did I miss problems? Loopy, they had a little bit of a funny on the A2 test stand. The rocket engine basically was going right, and then it went if you think that's not what it sounded like, seriously go watch it. Yeah, it sounded pretty much like that. Something popped and then a lot of orange flames came out of the bottom of the engine. So my guess would be, and this is a guess, I have no idea. I'm just a guy that plays with Kerbal on Twitch. Seems like something oxidizer side went a little haywire, but I have no idea. It did not sound like a Raptor honk. Loopy, it sounds like a freight train derailing. Yeah, it sounds like a freight train derailing. It's not good. Anyway. All right, so the next thing that I need to do is work on making a pallet here for my shuttle for the second flight, where we use the robotic arm to grab a payload, take it out, right? And then put the thing back in. It's mimicking basically STS-3. STS-3, well, they were going to do this during STS-2, but they wanted to test the dynamics of the Canadarm. So they used it to grab payloads off, like out of the shuttle bay, right? And move them around. Now, these were science experiments that they moved around with this thing. Plasma diagnostics package. That thing was measuring, plasma, obviously. But, is the robotic arm made out of satellite dishes? Yeah, that's an idea that I actually got from Rocket Guy. That's the way to make it look the most right. Either that or you could use fuel lines, but I like this one. That and these are physicsless parts, so I'm not too incredibly worried about it. I don't... Okay, Sevi. How does that pertain to space in any way, shape, or form? Guys, it's heavy. Alright, look. I'm just going to cut to the chase. I don't care. It doesn't have anything to do with space. I don't want to talk about it on the stream. I have thoughts about it. I'm not going to share them. It's not my job to do that. Somebody else can do that if you want to go somewhere else to hear people's thoughts on what's going on Twitter. That's not my lane, dude. Don't force my hand like that. Come on. This is a space stream. Let's stick to space stuff, okay? I just really, really don't want to talk about it, dude. It's just not my place, man. Since the shuttle's tail was in turbulence behind the shuttle on re-entry, did it rely on the RCS for the S-turns? Yeah, Jack, to an extent. That's part of the reason why the shuttle has an extremely tall tail coming off the back. Because, yeah, there are points where in flight where it's basically occluded. It's basically the whole belly of the shuttle is, because it's coming in like this. Yeah. So keep in mind that the shuttle, when it was coming in, would go... The shuttle that's coming in is going... like, it starts with RCS, and there's not like a point where they just say, okay, stop RCS, use the control surfaces here. It's kind of utilizing most of, like, it starts with just RCS and then it's a gradual handover to the aerodynamic control systems. So is there a point where they're probably using the RCS to do some of the S-turns? Yeah, maybe. Sure. Of course. It really depends on what type of S-turn you're trying to do. You got to remember the shuttle has cross-range capability. So you're absolutely correct in saying that this thing doesn't do much, except when you get into the lower parts of the atmosphere. It doesn't really do much. During hypersonics, that thing is not anywhere near that is not anywhere near to be useful. I mean, it is to an extent. It's doing something. Now, a good rule of thumb here to go by, dude, is that nothing on this was there because it looks cool. Nothing is on there because, oh, that's neat. Nothing is superfluous. Everything is there for a reason. So, why is that there then? Well, it's there because it at some point this thing needs to fly like an airplane, and they need to find a way to basically get the thing to not side slip, because the shuttle has a center of mass bias towards the rear. Where's the geometric center of the vehicle? It's right there, right? That's the center of the vehicle. But when you got all these wings and stuff back here, so your center of mass is right there. That offset between the center of the vehicle and the center of gravity makes this thing super susceptible to side slip. Super susceptible to side slip. That's a hard one to say. That's why I went slow. So that's why they have such a big tail. It's to warrant side slip in the transonic. It's to reduce side slip in the transonic to subsonic regime. That's why it's there. Shuttle literally wouldn't be able to land without this thing. But during hypersonics, dude, yeah, that thing really isn't doing much. It's just kind of dead mass. But you kind of need that later. It's about as useful as the landing gear is during hypersonic, you know what I'm saying? I have a picture that kind of conveys what I'm talking about. That was a good question. Look, what do you think? It ain't doing much, but don't get me wrong, it's doing something. It's not completely occluded, because some of the wing, some aerodynamic, I was about to say some aerodynamic stuff goes over the wing. It literally, some of the air during re-entry goes up over the wing, and that's why the speed brake, that's why they deployed the speed brake, because it works. How bad can the side slip get? Well, T-Man, most planes can't fly without the rudder and vertical stabilizer. Super susceptible to side slip. Horton 229 enters chat. Yeah. So you see things like screw the Hortons. The XB35 was way better. How the frick does that thing fly? How do you prevent that thing from boomeranging, chat? Think about it. See what I'm talking about? Planes don't fly very well without that vertical stabilizer and rudder. Differential thrust? Notch, almost. That's close. They use some form of differential component to yaw that plane to keep it nice and stable. That's a plane? Zyvox, that's a plane from the 40s. Yeah. We're talking 60 years, or 50 years before the B-2. They use differential drag. There's speed brakes out by the ailerons out here. See it right there and right there. It uses differential drag. So if the thing starts sliding in one direction, air brake comes up. Yep, there's an air brake out here. Not an aileron, an air brake. Differences. Yeah, what's crazier is that Jack Northrop developed it into this. So, there is one more thing. Natch, you said differential thrust. That's kind of a thing. And I looked at the XB49, it actually reminded me. The propellers The propellers make a lot of drag. They make a lot of turbulent air because they're propellers. That actually helps stabilize the vehicle. There is that. Just on a side note. And then because look, when they switched to, when Northrop tried to pitch it again as the YB-49, and they put the jet engines inside of the wing, look, they had to put little rudders on it, little V-stabs, to make it fly like the one with propellers. See what I'm talking about? And they had to put fences on the wings too. But the fences, this surface that goes out over the wing like that, that is there to make sure that you don't get airflow going sideways over the wing. The thing about a swept wing is that with a swept wing, and this is a problem that's hard to solve. If the air is going over the wing sideways, it creates a lot of drag. It creates a ton of drag. So the air is going to go up over the wing, and because it's sloping backward, it wants to go this way. See, it wants to go backwards. And these wing fences right there, that's what they're called. They prevent it from going all the way down to the end of the wing. NASA actually figured out a way around that problem in the late 70s, early 80s. It's called a winglet. If you look at a picture of if you look at the just picture of a winglet right here, these little guys that are on the ends of the wings right there, they prevent the air from going off the edge of the wing, from going sideways off the edge and causing a huge vortex there, which causes ridiculous amounts of drag. Yeah, NASA, that's a NASA idea. Anytime you see a plane with one of these guys on it, NASA, you have NASA to thank for that one. Can you explain how in the same time period we got the CF-105? The Avro Arrow? What about it? What's the thing about the Avro Arrow? I'm confused. Supercraft. It's a great plane. Really, really cool plane. Really fast. Really fast. The Arrow is going to be insane. I really wish they had made it. But kind of have the U.S. to blame for that one. Some winglet designs can naturally produce forward thrust too. Yep. Yeah, CF-105 was the only Canadian plane that was manufactured and designed in Canada. Also, really nice 56 panel van over there. They scrapped it because they wanted to use, they decided to use, what was it, guys, CF4s or something like that? So a bit random, but turns out that ChatGPT can write kRPC scripts. What? Really? There's literally a mythical status about this thing in the Canadian education system. Yeah. Yes, it can. Make sure you test it, though. No way, Jack. I'd love to hear your take on the Avro's engine design, Avro's design and engineering. I made it in Kerbal. I don't know too much about it, dude, because I belted it out fairly quickly, but I do have an Avro Arrow lying around somewhere. Yeah, King, I made it somewhere. Here. Yeah. Here you go. Fly's pretty good, man. All right, Paul. See you later, man. See you later, man. I'll talk to you later, buddy. And just like everything else, I built this thing a long time ago, and I could make it 1,000.
Go at throttle up.
Neuron Basher. 39 months. Haven't been around in a while, but I kept my sub active. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Just like everything else, I'm looking at it and I can see 1,000 different ways that I would make this completely different. But, yeah. How much garage space do you have? What's that, Loopy? What am I looking at here?
Guess where I am. It's a little room thing that's a model of the Apollo 11 capsule. £130,000.
For powered descent. Everything's still looking very good at this point.
I just happened to be walking past the shop with it in. The brand is Timothy Alton.
Retro, go. Lido, go. Guidance, go.
Public broadcasting. I don't know if I can play PBS. That's cool. If I was gonna make this, if I was gonna make a mock-up of this, my seats would not be oriented that way. They'd be oriented that way. Yeah, PSV, not public PBS. Different, man. My brain's starting to get scrambled. That's ridiculous, Jack. Huh. Yeah, I think that song is copyrighted. Yeah, Loopy, please be careful about that. That's cool, man. Very neat. So, King, what do I know about the Arrow? I'll be honest with you, not much. I did a whole dive on this. So, King, what I used to do, because this was a long time ago. What I used to do is every Wednesday, we would do Wings Wednesday, and I get it. I know people want Wings Wednesday back. I understand. Every Wednesday, I would pick a plane and we'd build it. I have a vast repository of planes from different points in history. Not so much propeller planes, because there weren't propeller planes in Kerbal for the longest time. A lot of Cold War stuff. Like that YB-49. Oh, excuse me. Like that YB-49 that I just showed you with the propellers and everything. Yeah, I have one of those. It's lying around somewhere. Apollo Champagne Room, pretty cool. Yeah, I'm with you, Rocket. I haven't tested the code, but if the code works, it actually looks right. Yeah. Maybe Aqualex, I don't know. Yeah, for KSP 2, that would make sense. It looks like there's a tornado warning for New Orleans and a watch for Stennis. Maybe that's why it's scrubbed. I mean, so what does this say real quick? 2 months later, the assembly line tooling plans, existing airframes, and engines were ordered to be destroyed. The cancellation of the topic was of considerable political controversy at the time, and subsequent destruction of the aircraft in production remains a topic for debate among historians and industrial pundits. This action effectively put Avro out of business and its highly skilled engineering and production personnel scattered. That's not true. Actually, a lot of their... Yeah, King, I don't know if you knew this. A lot of the Avro team, before they were working on the Avro Arrow, they were working on a British plane that was actually kind of similar to the Arrow called the TSR-2. And then after the Arrow, after they basically screwed them right there, Rule 8, I don't know what you want. A lot of that team actually found their way to Rockwell and developed the shuttle. Dead serious, dude. Oh, yeah. Looks like Boeing did a dress rehearsal for Starliner. Okay. Cool. The destruction aspect is what bothers me. It's got similar vibes to Venture Star. Agreed. Oh, that thing's sick, dude. Ooh, you got a Lank back there, too. You see that? Or at least parts of one. Guy claimed that the decision was based on a thorough examination of threats and defensive measures and the cost of defense systems. Same crap, different sandwich. More specifically, the cost would have needed to be amortized over hundreds of manufactured models. And at the time, the trend was away from conventional bombers that the Avro Arrow could intercept and towards atmospheric weapons like ICBMs. As a result, foreign demand for the Arrow declined substantially. Canada's alternative to the Arrow was to purchase some F-101s. The decision immediately put 14,528 employees, as well as 15,000 other employees from the supply chain out. Okay. All right. Yeah, it stings a little bit. Yep. Yeah, King. Yeah, no, you don't have as many people up there. 30,000 people is a lot. That's a lot for you guys. That's a drop in the bucket for us down here. But yeah, no, I got you, man. So, here, read this part. Following the cancellation of the program, Chief Aerodynamicist Jim Chamberlain led a team of 25 engineers to NASA's Space Task Group to become lead engineers, program managers, and head of engineering in NASA's manned spaceflight programs. Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. The Space Task Force team eventually grew to 32 Avro engineers and technicians and became emblematic of what Canadians viewed as a brain drain to the United States. Among the former Avro team engineers to go south were Tequin Roberts, NASA's first flight dynamics officer on Project Mercury and later director of networks at Goddard Space Flight Center. John Hodge, flight director and manager on the canceled space station. Okay. All right. I don't want to keep reading this. I don't want to keep reading this. Let's not keep. Oh, okay. All right. Turn the music back on. Jeepers creepers. I hate it. Thanks. I hate it. Okay. I'm all right. Oh, that one hurt a little bit, but I'm okay. Okay. I'm fine. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm alright. I'm not alright. That's messed up, man. That's messed up. Space Station Freedom. I want it. Come back to me. Too big. I don't like space. Too big. Too big. Yeah, annoying, isn't it, King? It's... Yeah. Yeah, stupid. Stupid, man. Yeah, let's just give other people our country's breadbasket. It'll be fine, right? Like, these pricks never learn, dude. They never learn. Straight up. All right, so we have to make a satellite to pull out here. Screw it. I'm making SPOS. Let's go. Shuttle pallet system. Or shuttle satellite. The shuttle satellite. The shuttle. You know, the shuttle. You know, that shuttle. All right, anyway. So, let's attach that. There we go. Let's test to make sure that our latching system works. All right, so these are gonna have to be configured for a passive latch or for an active latching system because I'm gonna need to pull this thing out. We're gonna need to pull this thing out. I'm gonna make a pallet out of the MPESS. Basically what they did on, what was it, STS4? Or was it 3? I forget. They basically made a little pallet that was a little satellite and it could station keep and operate independently of the arm. That's what we're gonna do on this mission. We're gonna launch this thing up into space, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into here like this, and we're going to actually clean up all the other latches here. Disable same vessel, disable same vessel, disable same vessel interaction. Do it here again. 1, 2, 3. The reason why is because the arm will dock to this, right? And then once the arm's docked to it, we shut off the top 3 thermometers right there, and we should be able to pull this thing right out. Oh, that's not good, Bandit. Yeah, how it's my latches. Physicless parts, dude. So this thing is gonna need a probe core. And then it needs, it's not going to need to be operating out there for very long, so we'll throw that in there. We'll give it its own fuel cell. And then it's going to need batteries. Let's put the batteries next to consumables. That's fine, right? That'll be fine. No, nothing will go wrong. And now this thing's gonna need some thrusters. So we need a docking port on the top, obviously. And then we actually need a thruster control system here. Have you seen the new cities stuff? Yeah, I have. Inappropriate. The financial stuff. Well, to be fair, I know about it, okay? I know about it, but I haven't really seen it, dude, to be honest. It's OP. Okay. It's literally infinite money. Okay. Okay, now we need some consumables. There we go. And you know what? Here, let me rotate the tanks so the bracket for that holds the tank, the bracket that holds that monoprop tank, actually lines up with the thrusters. There we go. Oh, that's cool. Sweet. Now, so Aqualex, rotational positioning, or even as we get the arm motions correct with the cow, there's no guarantee the payload is going to be oriented correctly. Yeah, there's a roll control actuator in there. It's at the very end. I've just never had the need to use it. Hey Gujar, I'm doing all right. Yeah, it looks good. We can make it look better. gotta have insulation, okay? What does it do? It insulates things, okay? How do you avoid second sock syndrome in KSP? Or CAD in general? My dumb butt got the idea to model all of the wiring for a rebuild of my DIY sim shifter to avoid a mistake I made the first time around, and I'm halfway through laying out literally 100 splines and my brain is just... So what's second sock syndrome? Kurlani. You're an insulator. Ow. That hurt a little bit, but I'm alright. You're not wrong, Red. Kalani, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's not an extremely difficult thing to freaking do, especially when everyone in chat is trying to get your attention constantly. And don't get me wrong, that's not you guys, that's any stream, you know? Like, that's just how streaming is. Like, I'm not trying to be like, you needy pieces of crap. I make money off talking to people. Like, I understand that. Kalani, what I do is, so you know these kind of conversations that I get into about different things that have to do with the thing that we're talking about? It's a lot of rubber ducking. So I'm sitting here talking about it, and I go on these little dives about like how these different systems work so I can get a good understanding, and that gets me in the right mindset, if that helps. Knitting crochet term for that general feeling of dread. Oh great, now I gotta get to do it. I get to do it all over again. Oh. That does not bother me. Yeah, that doesn't bother me. Maybe sometimes. Oh no, Rocket Guy. It's the shuttle pallet satellite. It's SPAS. I want CTS2 to test the arm, and I decided, you know, we got to test the dynamics of the arm. I really want to get a good understanding for what the frick that thing is doing. So what's VSR3? So I'm making a little palette basically here that is, I'm making a little palette that's basically we're gonna release out, and then we're going to let it fly. And then bring it back. Yes, but only for looks, or? Oh, no. Oh, the monoprop pins. I'm stupid. I thought you were talking about the thrusters, man. Sorry, I was getting too into what I was doing. No, that's my latching system. Kraken Tech holds it in place. It's a latch. Yeah, my payloads are held in with a docking port and this. The reason why is because struts. I don't want, I don't want to rely on struts to hold the system together. And these are physicsless parts, so it's not really that big of a deal. So if I like need to bring a payload back down, we put it back in the payload bay. I don't need to get a Kerbal out here and try to run a strut. That's not very consistent. So I have these, and these pins can actually hook back in. I'm knitting right now, the second song, actually a mitten after the first year. Now I have to figure out how I did the first one, if it goes same or better. Well, guys, Brimo and I actually talk about this stuff. I don't really look at the mountain, so to speak. The analogy is that one time Brimo and I went hiking, right? We went hiking with a buddy of ours, right? We went hiking, and if you sit at the bottom of a mountain and look at the mountain that you're about to hike, you're gonna fail. You will fail. You will just sit there and be like, I'm not climbing that. Screw that. But if you look down and you just take it one step at a time, before you know what's going on, you're gonna be at the top. I'm not sure if that particularly helps, Kralani, but it's just one step at a time. Don't think about the whole thing. Think about what you're doing. This is what I do. I break off bits and pieces every stream, getting the shuttle flight working. And what I try to do with my content, I'm trying to find the balance. Trying to find the balance between doing stuff like this, flying up into space, doing a fun mission that's just not going up and down with the shuttle again. Like, I don't want to do that. I already did that this stream, literally. I'm coming up with a mission. So we have a science palette here that has a bunch of science experiments on it. And then I have another MPES palette here. MPES is Mission Peculiar Equipment Support System. It's literally, that's what it's called. It's basically a bar that just holds a bunch of payloads that you wouldn't be able to mount in the payload bay otherwise. It's just literally a crossbar with a bunch of stuff that you can put on it. MPES was used all the way to the end of the shuttle program. So that's basically what I do. I take it one step at a time. Yeah, analysis paralysis like that does suck. It absolutely does mess with you. So, Krilani, like what I do is I like kind of organizing my thoughts before I do something. Because I do get, it does happen. It happens to me on stream sometimes. Sometimes I'm just, Krilani, this is the first thing to understand. Sometimes your brain isn't just up to it. Sometimes you're going to go and try to do it and your brain's going to be like, I want to go watch TV. Frick you. And it's important to recognize that or you're going to get frustrated. You know, like, but if you're in an environment where you need to produce, like I can't just come in. I mean, sometimes I come in here and I'm like, I don't care. I just want to do something else, right? But that doesn't happen all the time, you know? Just I kind of sit here and I talk about what I'm going to make for a second. What am I going to make? How am I going to go about doing this? And you know what? This is so screwed up, but it translates into real life too. There have been times where I'm trying to solve a problem off stream and I will literally just talk like I'm talking to chat. Like, not like, hey chat, are you there? Hey, how would I solve this problem? No, not like that. If I was on stream trying to explain this problem to a viewer, how would I go about explaining it? That part I will say out loud. It is weird. I don't do it in public. It's very strange. Talking to yourself is very peculiar. That's a weird thing to do, but that does work. If you don't care if you don't care, like if you're by yourself or you don't care what people think. Like I sit there and I go, how would I think about doing this? Okay, well I need to do this. All right, here, I'll do it with the shuttle payload right now. So CTS2, I don't want it to be go up and come back down. Okay, extend the arm out, put it back down. What the hell does that prove? That's not good content for you guys. That doesn't prove anything. It proves that I can move the arm around. And literally I can wave. Great. That really helps. What a useless mission. So because of that, I was like, you know, let's put some science on there, right? I went and looked. I'm like, okay, so what should I do? So what did they do in the early part of the shuttle program? They tested the arm out on the orbiter flight test missions, right? They tested the arm out. They picked payloads up, put them back down. They took a payload out, they released it, it went away from the shuttle, came back down, they grabbed it and they put it back in. That was the thing that they did that with is called SPAS. So if you type NASA SPAS, SPAS. Shuttle pallet satellite. I think it was 6. I forget. It doesn't matter. I went and I looked. I'm like, okay, what did they do? So they made a satellite and they went and grabbed it. They let it go. And then they grabbed it again and put it back down in the shuttle payload bay. That's the next thing that we need to figure out. So, yeah. I do that when I'm playing games and making models. I don't even stream either. Yeah, it's called rubber ducking, guys. It's a programming thing where you have a rubber duck and you talk to the rubber duck like you're trying to explain this. Like you're trying to explain something. Krulani, that's the firm reason why I believe you're not an expert in something unless you can teach it. Because that method right there is literally one of the best ways to learn. That's why I'm so potent with what I do. Like, with being able to explain this kind of stuff and being able to articulate what I'm trying to say. I've done that a lot. I'm pretty damn good at it. You know what I mean? Your brain, it's like a switch flips in your brain. And you're just like, oh, wow, that was dumb. Why did I not get this before? Why did I think this was so hard? Your brain do be like that. So, I don't know, rubber duck. Go get a stuffed animal or a rubber duck or something and just talk to it. With me, I have chat. I have chat. Easy. I rubber duck you guys all day. Yeah, there you go, Kalani. Mm-hmm. It's because you have to bring forward assumptions you don't think matter. Exactly. And Cherokee, that works to my advantage here because me doing that is teaching me, but it's also teaching viewers too. And it's also keeping people people that come into the stream, I get to say what I'm talking about. Like they'll get brought up to speed just by hearing my thought process, and they'll get brought up to speed and they'll figure out stuff and they'll learn ways to do things. It is a compounding cycle. It just keeps going. And that's why I don't care about going on tangents from time to time, because sometimes, dude, that's really good for the stream. That's great. It's a really good thing. Hey, Postal, quack, 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 quack. Yeah, King, there you go. You got a picture of it. Mm-hmm. Spas was, from what I can tell, it was just this. It was just it was like a brick-shaped satellite. Yeah, Krulani, that's a good way to do it, but yeah, who knows. All right, guys, I have one more thing. Does the shuttle's cockpit relay at all? I don't think it does. How are we going to control the satellite when it leaves the shuttle's payload bay? Oh, there you go. Nice. Yeah, Gunter Space Page. Can't go wrong with that, King, for sure. How you doing, by the way, dude? Haven't talked to you in forever. I'm thinking. Put a relay in the shuttle payload bay. Might be prudent. An HG5 mounted where the X band is, beside the payload bay doors. So the shuttle had an antenna here, an X-band antenna. And then, you know, they deployed it, and then they could turn the antenna like that. The small mesh relay dish looks like the shuttle's antenna. Yeah, it does. But that's an orbiter modification. Put the dish on a servo? Yeah, of course. I mean... Well, the orbiter would have had that, wouldn't it? Yeah, you're not wrong, you bum. You lousy bum. Oh, that's actually really cool. We might have to go make those modifications. And by might, I mean we're gonna have to go make those modifications. The only thing I'm kind of worried about, dudes, is if we have a robotic arm. If we have a robotic arm or an OBSS or something on the other side, it's going to get in the way. That antenna that's out here on the shuttle is quite short, if I'm remembering right. Yeah. Yeah, RJ. Yeah, it is nice, isn't it? That's the smallest relay that we have. We don't have a relay dish that just, yeah. The actuator actually looks like it might be servo first, judging by how I saw that antenna moving around. Because I saw the antenna like up there. You know what I'm saying? Did you see the article about Sierra Space's Life Hab exploding during a doing a stress test? Yeah, Gujar, I saw it. Yep. The antenna is deployed, yeah. We could always put it in the retracted state if we wanted to. And that might be out of the way of an arm. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. They do kind of clip into each other, though, Loopy. I really don't like that. How we could get around it is just by moving the antenna. Keeping the antenna in a deployed state, basically. But see, I'm not sure if that's going to register it as being outside of the payload bay if we have it like this. Can always store it like that, but that could get in the way of a docking port if we ever put one there, unless we do something like this, right? And then we could extend it, obviously move the arm. Why, Jack? Why? Why? Why would you do this? I want to know how many hats you got down there. That's why. Okay. If that's what you got to do. How did the snow gizmo go? I got it all back together. I threw it back together, Wolfie, but she's leaking all over the place. But, Wolfie, the reason why I put that thing back together is because in the past, I've had bad experiences with taking things apart and, like, leaving them apart. So, I decided that, you know, we should not leave it apart, so I put her back together. The auger gear does work. It works. And then I cleaned the entire shop. I was up till like 4 in the morning last night. Oops. Wouldn't the other side be an arm extension rather than an entire arm? If that wasn't as long as the arm, the extra space taken by the antenna wouldn't be a problem. Squidman, the shuttle could carry 2 robotic arms. It could carry 2, and you could toggle on the control station between left and right. Yeah. I don't know. I might need a mission with 2 arms. I had a replacement pin. The pin was sheared completely because someone put the wrong shearing pins in today. Clayton, work today. We were going through some old books of hydraulic power units, and I saw that there's a book called Industrial Fluid Power. It's basically a book for people who don't understand how hydraulic systems work. So if you're interested, let me know, because I put a few of those books on the side. I can always just have them shipped to you or send them to your PO box. If you want to send them to the PO box, dude, do it. Those are just flags. Those are just flags, Jack, with my flag pack. My flag pack has a bunch of color swatches on it. See? Yep, just flags. I'm wondering if this is ever going to get in the way of a docking system, but I don't think so. I think that's a good spot for it. But, so here's what we'll do. I'm going to take this thing, and for now, we're going to attach this to SPAS. Right? Actually, that takes 2 seconds to make. It takes 2 seconds to make. I'm not going to do that at all. Because this is just a mock-up payload bay. No, no problem, Wolvie. No, I'm more familiar with this. Nice. That's cool. Alright, so that means that this thing is going to need an antenna on it. A Communicatron 16 should be good enough. Actually, you know what? A passive antenna would be better. There we go. Save that. Let me go into my sub-assemblies. CTS 5, so it's a shuttle. P for payload. SPAS. Shuttle pallet satellite for testing RMS dynamics. So now the next thing we got to do is we got to figure this part out. Looks like I'm going to have to run those struts when we put that all back together. That's okay. Alright, it's getting late in the day. We gotta go. When Big Gemini? Why do you want me to make Big Gemini so much? You love watching the stream, New Hampshires? Thanks. Appreciate that. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm just glad you're getting something out of it. I'll be honest with you. I mean, Krulani, look at how many times I've had to sub-assemble spas. Like, it looks like I'll have to manually place those struts, but that's okay. It is what it is. All right, so here's that. Here's what we got to test next. Stamp should be in there. Okay. Okay, so now we got to test manipulator arm positioning. So the arm is going to open, and consider this like our practice, all right, for when we do the mission, okay? Thanks, Sarah. And I'm going full Mike Seraphin here, and I have a notebook for writing this stuff down. And I went out and bought pens. I'm writing it down. Writing it down. That way I won't forget. This notebook has a couple of other things in it. But... Okay, I'm just gonna measure, we're just gonna do the order of operations here. So, always a student. Yeah. I'm literally just gonna write down the numbers. And then when we go out on the mission, we're gonna see if this works. I wanna see if this is a way to do this. So, we need to come up with names for stuff. Shoulder yaw and shoulder pitch. So that's what they call it in the real thing. So shoulder yaw, shoulder pitch, elbow pitch. And then we have wrist pitch, wrist yaw, and wrist roll. And Rick roll. So I'm gonna call them that. So let's just mess with something. We could have a Cal do it as well if we wanted to, yes. What do you say you do here? I mean, we could program this into a Cal if we really wanted to. That actually might be a good way to do it, but I still want to write it down. Because writing it down is my rubber duck in this scenario, guys. It'll teach me what I need to do. No, it's always offset. Wouldn't that make things easier? Yes, it would make things easier. But you need to get it out of the way to pull the payload out. Does the arm not throw off the center of mass of the vehicle, or is it negligible? Mine's being balanced jacked by another fuel cell. I have a fuel cell on the other side of the shuttle, and that mass balances the arm because the arm's made out of antennas. It's not too bad. So yeah, this part right here, guys, we just basically got to sit here and mess with this thing. Find the right combination of numbers. Because I don't have something called inverse kinematics here. Inverse kinematics is something that comes from, well, robotics, basically, and then 3D modeling as well. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's basically how stuff moves. There's a combination of numbers that's going to be able to get this thing, get those two docking ports pretty much exactly lined up. Canadarm, yeah. Canada made all the arms for the space shuttles, dude. Yeah. Like, see? That's really, really freaking close. So if I just move that down to 53 and then move this out to like 69, dudes. Nice. That's actually super close. And see, therein lies our problem. Controlling the... I need to make a... Damn it. Oh boy. We need a divide, a cal controller doing a divide option on this thing, or else it's not going to work. Let me see. Can we like move that up? And what happens if we do? Yep. Did you just rubber duck yourself? Yeah. I need to be able to really do this right, Element. I need to be able to set these to... These things basically need to be able to move down to the decimal, to 10th of a decimal point. Okay, Gerlani, pay attention. I have a problem here. I want to be able to get these combinations of numbers, right? I want to be able to get the combinations of numbers. But in order to get that thing to perfectly aligned, right? In order to get it to perfectly aligned, we need to be able to manipulate these beyond just whole numbers. They have to go down to decimal points, or else we're never gonna. The arm is never gonna be useful, because that means that like grapple points and stuff need to be in the exact same spot every freaking time. That's not what we want. That's not what we want at all. Hey, you can see Electron when it launches. Yeah, man, it's gonna be cool. It's not gonna work that way. It's not gonna work like that. Ain't gonna fit like that. So what I need to do is I need to divide function on these things, so I can manipulate each one of these down to a very fine-tuned thing, and then I need whatever that looks like to be controlled by a master controller that moves each thing to each position. What about adjusting 2 points to avoid decimals? I'm not sure. Yeah, here, that'll work. That'll work for this. But I want my arm to be able to manipulate whatever. I want to be able to come in here and be able to figure out the right combination of numbers in like 5 minutes. Because I don't want to spend an hour in the SPH trying to figure this out every single time. We should be able to dial in these things, figure out the right combination of numbers, launch it, and then go do that up in space. You know what I'm saying? Right? That if we do that, if we find combinations of whole numbers, and this is kinematics here. If we find combinations of whole numbers, it's very unlikely that if I move the arm up and then move the elbow this way and then pitch a little bit to the wrist to the side and then yaw it and then let go and then roll, these are not going to be whole numbers. They'll be decimal points and they will be rounded. I got to find a way to control that, and I got to find a way to basically adjust that. Stupid idea, use Blender to get the inverse kinematics, then apply them to KSP. I mean, that could work, CKAN, but that means we'd have to go rigging stuff in Blender. I don't know how to rig things in Blender, dude. I suck at it. I suck at it in Maya, to be honest with you. All right. I think I know what I need to do. Let me take a stab at it, okay? So that's, I don't want RMS actuator speed. This is going to be blurred for now, okay? Freaking making a primitive circuit board here. So I have all my cal controllers bound up. Now let's get into our action groups here, right? Let's get rid of blurred for now. So I want that. We need to go shoulder yaw is the first one. Go here like this, and then I need the target angle controller attached here. So why do we need the target angle controller? So let's set this to 30 seconds, right? And then we need... What's that thing's default position? The default position is 0. Set a point at 14.5 and set that to 0. And then go in here again, plus in at 15.5, and then set that one to 0 as well. That'll give me a dead zone right there. But with the cal controller, I can get this down to the decimal place. So the full range of rotation is 180 to 180. So the full range of rotation is 360, right? So if we change this to 360, that means when we're at the time of 180, right? If I set this to 180 on the dot, the arm is going to be straight. So, and there, the numbers off this, right, is my degree, should be my degrees of rotation. So if I set this to 150, it should be over the payload bay. There you go. Just to give some input, I always had a blank cal on my RMS. Then in flight, I would manually change the actuator angles for large course movements. And then go into the cal to get the fine movements. Worked super, super, super good. Built stations with that in the shuttle. Very accurate and easy. I don't have those measurements, Novus. There's no way to measure distances like that in this. So Rocket Guy, you went around just doing something like this and binding it to a cal controller to get your precise movement? How would you know what axis you need to change, though? A little hands-on, but it was actually pretty fast. Yeah, I see what you're doing. was a little playing around to get the right movements, but because you can do such small and accurate movements and stop the movements at any time, it wasn't too difficult. Yeah. Okay. So Rocket Guy, that's basically what I'm doing with an individual controller for each piece. And then what I wanted to do is take this all and put it and bind it to a master controller. And that master controller could play a sequence for us and just, you know what I'm saying? It is on the absolute coordinate system, Novus, yeah. Yeah, I could do that, but I want to finish what I'm thinking about Novus while it's fresh in my head. Doing that will screw with me. I got an idea and I want to make it work. If that makes sense. Hey, so I found a slide on Ares 5 that just screams NRO. That just screams that the NRO wanted to get their hands on it. Ares 5 low Earth orbit capability from Vandenberg. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I don't want to see that. Why would you say this to me? What? Oh, dude, where would they have launched it from? Volk? No. You DM'd me the whole PDF? Where would they have launched that from? Slick 6 Ares 5 go brr. That No, I also meant for all payloads in case I'm miscommunicated. Picking an absolute point with some datums to locate it relative to the shuttle and putting the docking port for every payload in that location. Yeah, I got you. Find a point with nice round numbers. NASA did do that. Most of their bigger, like, circular payloads have grapple fixtures. Like ISS payloads have grapple fixtures there all in the exact same spot, Novus. And you're right, that's not an accident. Curious, Vulcan, isn't it? Yeah, Rocky guy, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I understand. Hey, watching. Hey Beardson. Yeah, see, this is proving to be a little bit of a challenge here. See, the kinematics are basically figuring this out for you. I suppose, Loopy. Yeah, maybe. And that's why Rocket Guy put damping on it. And they had servo power dampers on the real thing, Rocket Guy, and I would assume that's for when the latching end effector grabs something, it pulls the arm. They had power dampers on there on purpose, so that might be a better way to do this. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and say that probably is a better way to do this. But this is getting me some really nice decimal places here. Because you should be able to input like 168.5 in there. See, but here's the thing, fellas. What if I want to put a payload back in? That's the reason. So, what you guys are saying is all fine and dandy, and that's fine. Like for the use case, but sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, that's my train of thought. Hey, Spiffy, I'm just working on arm dynamics here. I'm trying to basically put in a fine control system for this thing so it doesn't do stupid stuff. Stop, Rocket Guy? Wait, why? Visible confusion. Not you, RJ. Oh, okay. I hope so, Spiffy. I hope so, man. What about hydraulic cylinder? How would that simplify things, Gore-Tex? That's honestly, how would that simplify things? It's not always a linear movement that I need. That's what inverse kinematics is all about, dude. It's not always linear. Won't taking the arm in and out likely run into the glitch where the cows just delete the code? This is I'm just testing, RJ. I'm not testing this. How did the rest of the shuttle missions fly today? I only saw the first. This is the second one, Quark. I ran into a little bit of a rabbit hole here because I really wanted to... This mission is really about getting the arm ready to go. And yeah, I haven't run it yet because we watched the engine test and everything. There's got to be a trick to this. There's got to be a simplified kind of way to figure this out. I mean, Rocket Guy, the more and more I mess with this, the more and more I kind of like your way, but... Their grapple point. You guys see where the grapple point is? Interesting. Novus, I think you may have been right, man. The grapple point's in the same spot. The grapple point, well, at the very least, the grapple point is in a position that's easy to get at. Okay, that'll work. You're sort of doing my way anyway, only difference is you separated each joint, move it into an individual cal. I changed to an individual cal to manually control one. I just changed an individual cal to manually control one joint at a time. I think either way can work. I think the trick is choosing a long enough cal time so when you play the cal, you get small fluid movements. So Rocket Guy, you were going in and you were like dialing in these points one at a time. I just saw your part of the Kerbal effect video from KSP. Nice, you look so young. Oh. That wasn't that long ago. Wait a minute. Hey, Wonder Bread. Yeah, or we could just code the inverse kinematics in Python and go from there, but Potential ship 24 static fire tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Get rid of this. Get rid of my cows. That's a simpler way to do it. And I'll use the one cow controller solution, dude. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, Rocket. I think that's okay. That'll work. Or we could do a Nova set and just make sure we put the docking port into a spot where this thing gets to whole numbers. That works too. And then just plug in the combination. That actually doesn't seem like the worst idea. I always wanted to ask why the thermometers. It's a latching system to hold payloads in place using KRAKEN tech. That's almost perfect. Yeah, Novus, I see what you're saying. It's pretty damn close to being like exact. When the real shuttle moved, payload, did the RCS play? Yeah, Pogo, yeah, pretty much. It they had to do some compensation, yes. Let me see. Yep, okay. Nice stage. Hey, nice stage. Okay, here we go. I moved the docking port to align correctly. And if I'm understanding this right, if I move this to the 7 position, it'll be perfect. Yep. Yeah, moving it to the -7 position made that perfect. Save check. It doesn't matter with this graph file. We just have to make sure that we save spots that way. So let me write down the numbers. So the sequence of numbers is -7, -44, -74, what's next? There's wrist, -62, you could run a cow controller to run other cows to get the right values, all fancy automatic like. Yep. How should I build a shuttle in stock? What Rocket Guy said, dude. Yeah, what Rocket Guy said. Potential find controller. Okay. And then just literally reverting it back to those numbers will put this thing in the right spot for the most part. Okay, I have my numbers. Let's get ready. No, King, it's my shuttle. You can't have it. It's mine. I mean, technically, I don't need to reset the arm. This is just a practice craft file. But I will. All right, guys. I think we're ready to mess with this mission. Let's do it. Let me sub-assemble Spas again. For the umpteenth time. All right. We'll just leave that in there. Let's go to the Block 1 orbiter. I don't need the aerocraft file. We can get rid of that. It's just clogging up safe room. We need Block 1. Here we go. Hey, Sky. Welcome back. Alright, so the first thing we got to do is reconfigure that payload bay. I got to check something, guys. I got to make sure the shuttle's good to take these payloads down. I forgot to do that. Give me one moment. There's little to no deviation. Yeah, we'll be all right. Okay. All right, let's go to the Block 1 orbiter. Yeah, I have hair. I don't like doing stuff that way. You need to build a gigantic plane. Like, even if I wanted to launch something like this, the plane to make this would be ridiculously big. Yeah, just like we thought, we're gonna have to manually rerun the struts because they ran weird. What's this thing gonna launch? Never mind, I see it now. It's a little satellite crescent that it's going to release. I'm gonna grab it with the arm, pull it out, we're gonna release it, it's gonna fly around the shuttle, then I'm gonna re-grab it with the arm, and then put it back in the payload bay and come back down. That's what we're doing. Nah, you know what? Screw that. Just put it in here. All right, so now we got to go in here into our action groups and we got to make sure that everything is set correctly. So here, we need to disable everything. And now we need to make sure that it's certain things are selected. Tornado live on the ground. Please be safe, everybody. You going till SWAT, or are you going to get up early for it? No, I'm going to get up early for it. Alright, let's do this. The other things that we were going to add to the orbiter is the RMS find controller, and then we needed the relay as well. That's really important. How did we do this? I had it facing like inwards towards the payload bay, I think. I'm just getting all the final mission preps, and then we should be good to go. Cool. Now we have our KU band antenna. Okay, so we have all the numbers, right? Okay, everything is locked, right? Set the manipulator positioning mechanism to the inward position. Payload bay doors, disable. Forward count controller, close that. Shuttle's looking mighty good, thank you. Well, that would be a station manipulator, Crescent, but yeah, I could do it. We could make that work, sure. Literally just get rid of this part and put this part on the other end with another docking port. Easy peasy. So go in here, lock out the RCS tank, lock out the fuel cells. Excellent. Okay, guys. You ready? Let's do this. Let me just make sure I have this. Okay, good. How goes the test flights? Good. We're getting ready for the second one of the night. This is going to be a tough mission, but I think we can do it. Val and Bob are on board. Save this sucker out. I don't think they need jetpacks. But you know what? It's a test flight, so I'll keep them there. Ready? Let's do this. I don't know. GUI. $397, $643. Oh. This is actually an expensive mission. Don't worry, guys. I'm just gonna edit the money in. This is I just did this so we could keep track of it, and I would remember to keep track of it. All right, let's do this. Shuttle stack is one of the most ridiculous things in KSP. Thanks, Vulcan. I think. I think. Spared no expense, my friend. Let's go. Need to listen to Lowrider first. Lowrider. Lowrider, Donnie. Lowrider. Okay. Okay, we're going to switch to orbiter internal power now. Pathfinder is running off of its 3 onboard fuel cells. Okay. Is this the Home Depot? No. Yeah. Okay, go for flight. Fuel cells are on. Okay. So year 1, day 13, 00, colon 15. Let's just go at 45 right here. Val and Bob, second flight. Testing Kraken arm dynamics. What is our payload? Payload mass is like, I think it's 4 tons. Payload Kraken arm. MPRESS 1. SPAS. Save. Okay. Let's do this. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff. Second shuttle flight here, testing arm dynamics for future missions. Roll program. Roger, roll. Shuttle now in a wings down, tank up configuration, entering into the proper azimuth. Engines now throttling back into the throttle bucket for maximum dynamic pressure.
Discovery, go and
Yep.
throttle up.
Max Q. Stand by for the throttle up command. Pathfinder, go at throttle up. Copy, go, throttle up. Pathfinder's 3 main engines now throttling back up to 100% of rated performance. First shuttle in mission mode here to be carrying the Kraken arm remote manipulator system. All systems here on the shuttle looking real good. So you got a nice, good midday launch here. looking good. Roll rates and body rates on the vehicle are looking good. Just want to make sure we don't do what we did last time earlier in the day. Should be seeing a tail off and thrust on the SRBs. Thrust tailing off, SRB, and the SRBs standing by for separation. Showing good separation, flight 103 converge.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Shuttle Discovery, am I late? Feel like I'm late. Throttle's up anyways. Yeah, it's fine. Guidance now converging. Pathfinder's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise targeted space for main engine cutoff. Clock 2 minutes 8 seconds. Orbiter now 43 kilometers up and about 45 downrange, give or take. Shuttle, you are 2-engine TAL. Engine TAL. Your single engine TAL. Pathfinder, control, press to ATO. Shuttle now reorienting in a wings up configuration. Shuttle standby, press for MECO. MECO confirmed. Main engine shut down. Okay. We'll go for external tank separation. Shuttle no ohms, 1 required. Okay. Orbiter's coasting out to apogee for the ohms 2 burn. It's for circularization. Pretty good orbit insertion right there at main engine cutoff. 104 by basically 0. We should be able to get both SRBs. What I'm worried about, guys, with the worried about with the solid rocket, but what do you mean I can't switch vessels and atmosphere? Shut up. Of course you can. It's right there. I hate you, game. I'm worried about the ground tracking stations. We might go out of communications. That's unfortunate. It wouldn't let me switch to the other SRB. I forget, Pigzig. I forget what the what constitutes that, but whatever. We might lose signal, guys. If we lose signal, it is what it is. We're gonna have to. Yep. Balls. Yep. Headphone users. Yeah, we're gonna have to find a way to get some kind of relay out there or something. Could you make it automatic? Yeah, I could. Yeah, it would be tough, but we might be able to. I might be able to. SRB parachute malfunction is supposed to be on the 4th mission. Well, this is like a combination of SDS 2, 3, and 4. So, I don't know what you want. Should have a floating relay in the ocean, or we could just put a ship out there. Like, yeah, a buoy or something might do it. I don't know. Okay, we're up. Okay. Cool. World first milestones. Cool. Pay me, I guess. Get the rate controller up. We're going to prime the orbiter maneuvering system here. We're aiming for a nice 100 by 100 orbit. We have lost a signal from KSC as expected. Nah, too complicated, Havoc, so we don't have the time to do that. Seriously, don't have the time. Okay, stand by for ohms 2. So we had 104 by 6 on there. That's good orbit insertion. Very good. I did, but the ground tracking stations aren't working. I think it might be because of Tidris, but yeah. Okay, home stew is good. Shuttle, you're a go for on orbit. Watch the tank. Oh. What do you think that is doing? Okay, we're going to deploy the KU band antenna here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Scary, Tier 274, SCS 74, November of 1995. We got Atlantis heading to Mir. Brought up a docking module and solar panels. First flight for Chris Hadfield, and fifth for the king of EVAs, Jerry L. Ross. Indeed. What's up, man? How are you? Okay, we are on orbit. Everything's good. I spent a lot of time in the editor, guys. I think let's get the orbit circularized, and then we will restart Kerbal. All good. Finished up some Daytona Dubai prep before heading to the to the family for Christmas. How's the shuttle doing? Good. You're just in time for a remote manipulator system test. Okay, 100 by 98. Okay. They go after a while, Loopy. I have boxes full of old 3D Pros. I keep them just in case I ever want to take one apart. Take one apart, figure out how it works. Maybe I could probably take like 4 or 5 of these things and make one good one. All right, yeah, Kerbal is being a little slow right now because it's using 10 gigs of RAM. So we're gonna give it a little bit of a restart here. How long can it last up there and still have charge? I guess I haven't really tested that, Crescent. It can be up there for a couple of days. I know it's a couple of days at least, but I didn't really plan on my shuttle to be up there for a long period of time, to be honest with you. Check your last for a semi-amusing factoid. Okay. When Adam Savage was talking with Katie Coleman, she said that they all secretly hoped that the KU band antenna would malfunction and have to be stowed manually so that they could EVA. That's funny. Okay. I'm going to do a quick restart here, real fast. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to stretch for a second. I'm going outside to use the restroom, all right? Okay. That's what I'm doing. Man, it is freaking cold out, dudes. It is cold. Super cold. You think it's cold there? Try weather here. Don't you live in Florida? Yeah, it's a nice brisk 0 centigrade. It's 32 out. It's pretty cold. What's the hat collection look like? Yes. How's the temperature in the streaming room? Oh, it's nice in here. It's 72 degrees. Easy peasy. About 20 C. In the garage, it's getting a little bit more difficult. If the temperature stays around 40 degrees outside, 40 Fahrenheit, then I can keep the rest. I can keep the garage just like nice 70 degrees. But once the temperature drops, man, my heater in there is not enough. Yeah, no problem, Natch. No problemo. UK is having a cold bout at the moment. Coldest since 2010. It's minus 7 C. Damn, dude, it's colder there than it is here. Yeah, Eukerman, the garage right now, when it's freezing out, here, I'll get you. I'll get you. I have a thermometer out there. Yeah, it's 50. It's 55 in there. It's 55. Yeah, that's fine. All good. 14C 57. Yeah. Scary. That's the temperature of my garage right now. Your office has 3 external walls and it's cold. Yikes. Yeah, see, Crash, I have R18 in the walls, and I have R30 in the ceiling, and it's like doubled over R30. So this place stays nice and cool. And then I finished the drop ceiling. The drop ceiling is all done, so it's totally insulated over the whole roof. The garage has okay insulation. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. Yeah, there you go, Eugerman. It's 53 outside right now in Arizona. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are we still in the same orbit? 99 by 100. Fine control is on. Okay. Deactivate the payload bay door controller. NPM is enabled. Manipulator positioning mechanism is being unlocked. NPM is moving the arm into position now. Do you need the safety obes? Yeah, that'd probably be for the better. Alright, so right here, what we have is something called Shuttle. It's based off of something called Shuttle Pallet Satellite. SPAS for short. SPAS is something that they used for arm testing, basically. They grabbed it, pulled it out of the payload bay, let the thing go, and then it flew around the shuttle a couple of times. It flew a little bit away, it station kept with the shuttle, did a bunch of things, and then they came back, wrangled it again with the arm, and then put it back in. Okay, the arm is in the open position. We're going to release it from its mount. Arm is released off of its mount. The SPA, the servo power amplifiers are online and working. In the meantime, we can observe our mystery goo here. Oh great, it's doing that. Ah, look at all this science. All right. Bro. Bruh. Look at all of it. It's amazing, isn't it? All right, so science objectives are completed. What we're gonna do now is I'm gonna get my notebook and we will configure this thing. You gotta unlock each component. Okay, the arm is off of its mount here. Okay, so if we do this right, I should be able to set that to -7. Set this one to -44. Then we can move to the elbow, -74. Gotta unlock the stuff first, idiot. I just did what you did, Rocket Guy. But what, basically, use whole numbers and then place the docking port wherever that thing lines up as long as it's close. And then between that and some fine control, I think is a good enough solution. The real challenge is going to be to get Spas back inside of the shuttle. If I can get this thing secured inside of the shuttle, then this system is going to work. That's going to be the difficult part. But I dialed in the numbers, and the numbers should get this thing to dock like exactly. Hungry fella, there you go. That port's gonna snap. It's gonna snap, Doc. What happens when it does? Okay. Okay, turning on SPA's batteries and the fuel cell. Batteries and fuel cell for SPA are on and generating power. Okay, SPAS is moving out. There's no pitch thruster with this. That could be a problem. Nice. Yeah, analog, exactly. It's not that big of a problem. It's Waterfall, Quark, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, that's Waterfall doing those effects, dudes. All right. Welcome to new mission mode, huh?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Cool. Come here, shuttle. Or go back over there, Spas. Cool. Okay. come on. Is that the new space station you've been working on? No, it's a test article. Got it. We got SPAS. We got it back. Okay. Okay, we got it. We got the pilot satellite back. Oh, look at that. Cool. Excellent. We got it. Okay. So all I should have to do is move that to -40. Safe the RCS.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hang on a second, guys. That shouldn't have had docking acquisition force on it. Let's move it back up into the up position. Siberian Rockets! Hey Jay, longtime viewer and short-time subscriber. Always happy to see your streaming notification. Hope you're having a great mission. It's going okay. It's going okay. Is that mod space arm, or did you make it with servos and hinges? I made it with servos and hinges. Yeah, made it. Okay. Okay. Kudos, bro. Nice arm. Thanks, Fract. Rocket Guy helped inspire me, dude. He's a viewer in chat. He helped me figure that one out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Disagree. 35-month resub. Thank you. Night Sun Temple. Yeah, we don't want to do that. That seems to be the case, Gully, yeah. Yeah, man. Our angle must not be right. Okay. Spots is secured. The snap dock snaps the Kraken tech into position. Man, that goes a lot faster when you actually plan it. When you plan the mission out, it's a lot easier to do. Write code for it, Chief, but I'm not doing that. Are you to dock if it's the same vessel? Yeah, I got C. So did you use the code that... No, I didn't use any code, no. I have a fine control actuator. I can bind one of these to a cal controller if we need to use fine control. But if you plan it out in the SPH and place that docking port in a position that's easy to get at with the arm, it doesn't really matter. But I think a combination of the RMS fine controller and this is really going to get it right. Another thing that I noticed is that when I undock this thing, and we move these into position, it snapped that docking port in place, and then it snapped the Kraken tech in position as well. And then I just re-enabled it, and it locked it right down. So that's actually something that's really cool. Snap docking is actually working in our favor in that regard, as long as we have the vehicle oriented correctly. Arm is locked back in. Okay, retract the magnetometer. We're good. One of the best space educators on Twitch. Always happy to see you online. Thanks, Siberian. Yeah. Yeah, you had your sub message too. I appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Really not bad. Just keeping an eye on that EC. So it does work at the desert, which is weird. Then we start to lose signal through there, and then we get full up. There. Huh. Well, whatever. Yeah, this was a good test, dudes. Very good. All right, let's begin stowing procedures and let's get home. Make sure all the robotics are locked out and in the right positions. Yep. Locked. Okay, take the docking port. Move that into the stowed position. Yeah. Okay. Manipulator positioning mechanism. In the reverse position. Moving it for stowage. That's cool, man. The snapdock doesn't even need to be perfect as long as the vehicle is oriented good enough. When you undock it, it'll snapdock and then it'll lock it into position, which is actually really cool. I'm really, really happy with that. Like, really happy. That is most excellent, bro. The desert is an owned site. Yeah. Yeah. I'm watching the fuel consumption. It's 0.02. We could stay up here for a week easily. All right, well, we're just gonna have to fly out there, Loopy. Easy peasy. Okay, let's stow the rest of the systems on board here. The monoprop was being used on the satellite. I'm not too incredibly worried about that. Stop the fuel cell. Okay, let's retract the antenna. Okay, we're going to retract the KU band antenna. It's not too risky, TJ. It can be up here for a good amount of time. Yeah, it's a pretty damn good amount of time. Like, look, 2 days. That's with my orbiter maneuvers. We could be up here for about a week. I wouldn't go more than a week. And even then, I don't think I need to go more than a week with this, to be honest with you. I think we're good, man. If this is up there, if this thing's going to be up there for a week, it's going to be docked to a station. In which case, I'm shutting the fuel cells off and we could charge the shuttle off of something else. This thing's working great, dude. It works fine. Let's bring her down, shall we? Did the real shuttle use station power? Yes. Yes, it did. It could plug in. Yep. Whew. All right. Very good. Okay, Pathfinder, you have a go for payload bay door close. A week is probably excessive for most missions. Well, Siberian, this shuttle is going to get used like how they wanted to use this. Like I'm trying to get it to be used like how NASA wanted to use it in the early '80s, like pre-Challenger. So like, it's only up here for a couple hours, maybe a day at best. It's not really designed to be up here for a long period of time. That was by design, though, you know. But yeah. Awesome. All right, make sure we set this to the closed state. She's in the closed state. Disable the cal controller, and then, guys, just ignore this part. Cool. All right. Just pretend that the cal controller did that. Actually, I might get rid of the payload bay deployment cal controller. It's useless redundancy. Okay, arming the orbiter maneuvering engines. Orbiter maneuvering engines are pressurized. Pretty much, DJ. Okay. You had to do this right when I'm doing the burn, huh? You suck. You suck. Okay. Deorbit burn is good. Shutting down the orbiter maneuvering engines. Gimbal is open. Or gimbals are locked. Yeah, I know, Crescent, it's kind of dumb. I gotta learn to just pause the game, man. All right, adjusting the control point here. Okay. Next step here is entry interface, guys. Okay, we're bringing up the speed brake controller, setting the speed brake to the deployed state so actuation is on in case we need it. Body flap, same thing, set to the deployed state just in case we need to trim out this stuff on the way down. Did you build the ramp truck? I actually found an old one barrel, and it's stored in a hangar. Can you really see mountains and such? Oh man, can you really see mountains and such from space like this? Yeah, Flecken. Yeah, of course. It's not as pronounced as like that right there, but yeah, absolutely. You can see thunderstorms from space. You can see a bunch of stuff. You can see them, Shaw. Oh yeah. It won't look like that. That's for sure. Kerbin's smaller. You know what I mean? But you can see them, sure. If the sun is in the right spot, sure, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, we have hit EI, and we still have a little bit of a signal through the desert. Sorry, Birch. Yeah, not really. Alright. How's the payload doing? How's Spa's doing? Spa's looking good. Okay. Nose cone's starting to get a little heated. We are flexing the heat through the panels, though. Did they have any probes on the RL shuttle to measure temperature? No, there's something. Yeah, sure. Okay, we should start seeing fire here. No problem, Flankin. I'm glad to hear that. No, Snickers, I haven't. That's why my orbiter is running with no nameplate right now. But it is Pathfinder. Pathfinder is its name. Okay. Very shallow from the shuttle here. Very shallow. Doesn't need to be crazy. Oh, okay, Panther. Yeah, there's temperatures. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I can't recall like anyone particularly off the top of my head, Piskin, but that's actually a really good example right there. How they knew a failure happened with Columbia was a temperature sensor. It was actually a tire temperature sensor inside of the shuttle's, well, on the landing gear, if I'm remembering correctly. That's how they figured out where the heat came from, and that's how they were able to kind of confirm where the hole in the thermal protection system was. It's basically like right there, right at the armpit of the wing. Before I head to bed, I just want to say I've been killing it lately. Are you killing it today? Feels like the good old days. Been lurking, but every time I tabbed over, you had this beauty in the air. Yep. Okay. Thanks, man. Alright, everything's A-okay here, guys. Thermal. Yep, panels are flexing the heat. See how the panels that are closer to the nose are lit up higher, but the panels that are further away are lit up lower? It's exactly what I want. Is this shuttle hard to fly with all the cosmetic panel? No, not at all. Flies just like the real one. That was my intention. The real shuttle flies bad, Airwolf, right? It doesn't fly very well. I wanted my shuttle to fly terrible. So, believe it or not, this shuttle, which is my newest iteration, it's my 5th generation shuttle. I've been building shuttles for a long time in Kerbal. My 5th generation, believe it or not, flies literally the worst. By design. Okay, we show you at 1900, crossing the coast. Perfect. Okay, starting our first S turn here. Bad is subjective. The real way to say that is that it doesn't fly very well at subsonic speeds. The shuttle doesn't fly very well transonic to subsonic. It's not very good. It can literally roll left, roll right, pitch down, and then pull up at the last second to land. That's it. Too bad. You'll take this one and like it. Yep. Yeah, no, it's super easy to fly, even at hypersonic speeds. Roll reversal, rolling back to the left. I gotta sneeze. It's a turbocharger. Yep, everything's looking real good. Bless you. Thanks, man. Okay. Okay, back, rolling right. Kind of would have thought you're a supercharger kind of guy. Why not both? All right, we should be getting a reacquisition of signal here. Pathfinder, KSC control, UHF comm check. This is Pathfinder. KSC, this is Pathfinder. We are reading you loud and clear. We have a nice nominal AOS on the shuttle. Okay, everything's looking real good here. Pulling out that speed brake there. Give it a little bit of braking. Okay, pulling the body flap into the retracted position. Yeah, flew frickin' perfect, man. This thing's flying great. You can shut the RCS off, we don't need that. Pull out the speed brake. Turn around for a final heading alignment at runway 27. Did they use the speed brakes up high like this on the real shutter? Yeah, sure. Once you get out of subsonic, yeah, absolutely. Once you get out of hypersonic and go into supersonic, basically, yeah, the speed brake will work. I mean, you're gonna fall right out of the sky. You just fall. Shuttle starts losing altitude like crazy once it goes below Mach 5. It really starts to lose it, like badly. It'll fall. That's when the whole brick thing starts. This is number 2, Blinga. Didn't like that there. It didn't like banking in like that. That was not... It really didn't like it. What? Clouds! Here, have some clouds. Okay. Are we doing a number 3 tonight? No. Only because there's a launch in early in the morning that I have to be up for. SWAT is launching tomorrow. SWOT. Okay. Valve bringing Pathfinder in here. On the initial heading alignment. For KSC, we'll move over to final heading alignment. What time is it launching? 6:45 in the morning, dude. Flying through a little bit of the clouds here. I mean, look at this thing sink. Look at our sink rate. We're falling like a brick.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sonic booms heard at the Kerbal Space Center. Press, have you seen this year's season's Yeetings from BPS? No, I haven't seen what Joe's up to. Yeah, there you go, Fall, right? Okay, Val is moving Pathfinder in on a final shuttle heading alignment. Oh, well, that's good, Crash. Ball. Okay, final heading alignment on the shuttle here. Bring it on home, Val. Look at that. She's got the game face. That's the game face right there. She's just like, this is cool. I like this. This is neat. Okay, turning on to final here. Val is lined up with the runway. Final heading alignment adjustments are being made. Just want to point out we are literally pointed almost like 30 degrees down, and we're not gaining any speed. Okay, gear coming. Gear down. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10, $5, $4, $3, $2, $1, touchdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, touchdown. Welcome home. Control, Pathfinder is on the rollout. Yeah, it's designed that way on purpose. It's designed to do that on purpose, dudes. Want me to take it up the hangar, chat? I'm gonna dust it off first. It's a world's greatest flying machine. I can tell you that. It was super. Okay, Convoy 1. Wheel stop on Pathfinder for CTS2. We have wheel stop. Okay, please exit the runway. Yeah, about that. Yeah, about that. I'm doing it.
Columbia.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
So I have to take it up in the hangar, Joe?
We're gonna dust it off first.
This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
Discovery.
Donnie! How many landing locations did you make? 1 or 2. Not very much.
Okay, convoy's on its way.
Convoy 1. We'll stop on Pathfinder. We'll stop. I don't know, Clayton. It's not a Navy ship.
The maiden voyage of Columbia has been a success. The astronauts and the vehicle have met or exceeded all 144 flight test objectives. The integrity of all the systems, propulsion, avionics, structural, flight control, power, and thermal, have been affirmed. John Young's comments after returning home.
I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man and the American working woman, too. You can't imagine the variety of people who worked on this vehicle, from all walks of life, all capabilities and limitations. It's all due to their individual efforts. They proved that they can do the job. They proved it for the world to see. And I'm mighty proud to be associated with folks like that.
What a tribute indeed. The Columbia represents an
Come on out,
achievement
Val.
in aerospace technology and development never before realized in the history of manned spaceflight. It is our basic building block for the future.
It's what we've been trying to do for the last 10 years. We've got a vehicle with a payload performance that will allow us to do that, much cheaper than we've been able to do it before. It will immeasurably improve the defensive capability of the country. It will help develop space science and technology. When we get operational,
Come on out, Bob.
the space shuttle will be able to do in 5 to 10 years what it would have taken us 20 to 30 years to do otherwise. We couldn't do it if we didn't have the space shuttle and that payload capability. And the sooner we do those things, the better off the country's going to be.
A revolutionary new era in space transportation has just begun. Routine access
What a
to
great
space.
picture.
Welcome to the future.
Welcome to the future, baby. Shuttle aged like milk. So did you, bro. Dude, did you see Val? She was stone cold when the freaking thing landed. They were up there for a good while, huh? Hang on. What's the MET time on the orbiter? 2 days, 8 minutes. Sweet. Year 15. Okay, so crew duration. Well, we landed. Mission outcome. Mission success. Landed at runway 27. Year 1, day 15, 00:23:47. They were up there for MET time. We'll add the MET time so I don't have to put something like, oh, 2 hours. Two days, 00:08:01. Sweet. All right, what did we learn? SPAS performed pretty dang well. There was no pitch control for SPAS RCS, which complicated operations, but overall worked correctly. The RMS, the Kraken arm ability to re-stow a payload worked best with a fine controller and baked numbers tested in the SPH beforehand. Cool. Nova, you've been talking with N9 Gaming. He might be doing Shuttle Skylab. Neat. All right, guys. All right, we got 2 good shuttle missions under our belt, dudes. Real good. I'm really happy with this thing. The fact that it stowed SPOS and kept it right back and plugged it right back in, that's amazing. The SnapDock actually worked in our favor. Mission logs on the website, we'll work towards it. Yeah, that was great. Cool. Well, I need to go get the Astrovan and bring the Astrovan out here. How much science? I don't know. We'll recover the orbiter and we'll figure it out. Yeah, see, we'll just go back to storing this in here. There we go. That's awesome. I love that we can store it. Oh, that's so cool. Gonna be a late day for me. Gotta go watch SWAT launch from Slick 4 at Vandenberg. Oh, Aquino, have fun. Should be good if the fog isn't too bad. All right. Recover Bab. Recover Val. Recover the orbiter. How much science did we get? 78 science from that. Not bad, dudes. Not bad. Bill. Recover Bill. Billiam. And we got our orbiter back. Excellent. Dude. Great. Perfect. Man. If I had gotten the SRBs back, how much did this cost? Hold on. How much was the mission? If we can figure out a way to get the SRBs down with good communications, man. 397. We got, look at that, getting the shuttle back. Really not bad. Wow. We could just, dude, we could make this cheap as heck. We just zap the external tank and recover the boosters. Easy peasy. Tejas will get it done. Yeah, that's right. Look at Bill's last. No, I don't like that guy. This is printed on a dot matrix printer for a hard copy, right? Oh, yeah. Screenshot from on orbit. Oh, that's great. That's great. Crap. I'm saving that. Let's go into the shuttle collection, man. I'm really happy. This is good, man. Real good. Real good. Excellent. Now we just got to figure out what's going on with the desert launch sites, huh? And then Kerbera and then Diego Kerman. They're not really tracking too well. The fjords, I don't know if fjords are tracking, but we'll have to figure that one out. All right, guys, it's 9 o'clock, or it's 20 till. I'm gonna get up for the SWAT launch. I want to get up for that in the morning. SWAT is a hello? Okay. The surface water and ocean topography. It's basically a satellite that can map ocean sea levels in real time. Really good stuff. It's launching out of Slick 4E, so in Vandenberg at 6:46 in the morning. So I am going to be here probably at like 6:30. And I'm going to cover the SWAT launch, and then after that, we'll stop, and then I will resume the stream at the normal start time, okay? How do you map the sea level? Skills. Yeah, 3:45 in the morning. But that's a beautiful drive, Aquino, up there. I'm sorry, dudes. If I lived in SoCal, I would be going to I'd go to every Vandenberg launch I possibly could. The reason why is because you get to drive up PCH. Straight up. I drove the 97 up that road. You're in Lompoc, like 15 minutes from the front gate. Oh, okay. So that doesn't really apply to you then, huh? Dude, this drive, I've made that drive, and it was on my bucket list of things to do. Drive through LA, through Santa Monica. Actually, we were down in Long Beach. We were in Compton. So I drove the 97 up here, 405 to I think that's 101, and then up PCH. This road, though, this road is amazing. We drove through Malibu. It was it's beautiful. This was my favorite part right here. This part of the road, if you've played GTA 5, you know this part. You've seen it. But you're driving up through, right when you get to Point Magoo right here, oh my goodness. It's super pretty. And you turn the corner, and then there's the big sign that says "Welcome to Port Magoo." It's freaking cool, man. Yeah, I know, Frack. The Google car is all screwed up. Yeah, there's Naval Air Station Point Magoo. That's a big Naval Air Station. A big one. A lot of stuff goes down there. So yeah, and then you drive up through here. Drive through the farmland, then you go through Oxnard. And then up through here. Oh, man. When you get up this way, oh my goodness. I can see why these are, like, go through Santa Barbara. I can see why those houses are, like, how expensive do you want them to be? Yes. Just, yes. And then, actually, if you go back down over here. No. How's traffic? It wasn't bad when I drove it, dude. Hang on one moment. I'm looking for something. Yeah. Cool fun fact here, since we're talking about shuttles, that we just completed our shuttle mission. If you go down here a little ways. Yeah, see right here? So see that building? See that building with this weird shaped pier right there that just happens to be Space Shuttle SRB shaped? It's an SRB. That's the old SRB recovery facility for the shuttle missions that were supposed to happen at Vandenberg but never did. Yep. It's right near Point Magoo. Then you go up here, right? And this road is unbelievable. The views on this road are just absurd. It looks fake. It looks fake. Looks like some Disney World stuff. Like, look at that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's what I've been hearing, Forge. So freaking pretty. Discovery was going to be the start the first shuttle that was handed over to the Air Force, Hellfish. In fact, they were getting ready to move it to its home. Its home was up at Slick 6. But yeah, this road, this canyon drive is unbelievable. And then you take this road over to Lompoc.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This road, dudes, I can't even describe it. Like, here, look, just look. River Turtle, 84 month. Is that 7 years? Yeah, it is. Look at that. Look at that road. You gotta be kidding me. Stuff looks fake, dude. That was such a fun trip, dude. I want to do it again. Wonder what the USAF would have designated it as. Discovery. It just was supposed to be called Discovery. It was the first mission it was supposed to fly. It was supposed to happen in August of 1986 on the STS-62A mission. Yeah, they were ready to hand it over, dude. They had the mate demate device. So if you go over here, Hellfish, and you look, they had the MDD area ready to go. The Air Force didn't like the fixed mate demate devices that NASA had, the one that's like an upside down L. And what they wanted is one that could be taken down. So they built the one that was originally supposed, so like when the shuttles rolled out from Palmdale, right? They needed to be put on the 747 so they could go places, right? So they made one that could be moved around on a bunch of trucks, and it could be assembled via crane. You've seen that. Hold on. So mate demate device. So there's the ones that NASA has, that's like an upside down L, and they demolished those. That's the one right there. See? They had this thing set up and ready to go. That thing was basically right there. See it? That's the footprint for it. You can even see the mounting points right there, and there. Well, where they were. And yeah, it was Discovery was literally like a couple weeks away from being moved to Vandenberg when Challenger happened. Straight up. And then from there, when they flew the shuttles in, they would have followed this road. I've traced this route many times. See, the heavy infrastructure is the giveaway. You go in here, right? And then it would go down there, but they ended up going... They get onto this road right here. So the shuttle would have taken a left right here, and then a right here, or just a left onto there, and then it would have gone down this road. See the radius right there? Dead giveaway. And it would have gone down here, and to avoid this major intersection, they made a relief road right there. And then if you follow that road down, this leads you to the south exit for Vandenberg. Look, another radius road. Shuttle would have taken a right here. And then if you drive up this road and you go to Lompoc Surf, which is a train station, this is a public road now. You drive up here, you could see the cuts. You can see the cuts that they put in the road for the shuttle's wings so they could move it. They put cuts in the road. See the cuts right there? There's cuts in the hills, and then the shuttle would have gone down that road, and that road is basically built up with cuts in the hills everywhere all the way until Slick 6. Right here. And then Discovery would have been right there. That's the OPF. The Air Force didn't call it the OPF, though. I forget what they called it. They called it it seems like they called it something... They called it a name just to call it something different. That's what that acronym sounds like. But you can, in real life, like in reality, you can drive here. The north entrance to the pads is right there, and it's closed. That's not an open gate. But you can drive. This is a public road, not during launches, but it's a public road. I drove the truck right up in here, and somewhere around here, I have a picture of the truck with SpaceX's pad and SpaceX and ULA's pads in the background. Yep. Yep, there you go. They built out the entire shuttle infrastructure. Pad, landing facilities, SRB recovery facilities. They built the heavy dock right here to move external tanks to the pad. They built out this jetty. Yeah, they did a lot. Falcon 9s are moved on that. Fun fact. It's literally easier to just take the Falcon 9, put it horizontal on a barge, and ship it here. And that's what they do. Any Falcon 9s that go, they don't even drive them on the roads anymore. They just move them by boat. It's easier. And then that was the shuttle's launch pad. Slick 6. See? Left SRB, right SRB, shuttle main engines. The flame trench is filled in. They filled it in, though, because it's a Delta 4 pad now. Is the shuttle that big? Yeah. Yeah, Spark. The shuttle's freaking huge, man. Here, I'll show you. It's gigantic. I have a picture of it on that road, believe it or not. It's around here somewhere. There you go. Yeah, see? Squiggly road. Enterprise did make it to Vandenberg, and they did do a fitment test with it. That's a picture of Enterprise at 39A. There it is. See? Shuttle pad with a shuttle stack on it. Not fully functioning shuttle stack, but there you go. See? I really like some of the hardware in this. That W200 Dodge and the K... What is that? Is that a K5? Yeah, the K5 Blazer. C600 back there. The D200 Dodge van. Cool. I'll take any one of these. And the shuttle ain't bad either. It's weird seeing the shuttle with non-flat terrain around it. Yeah, the hills, dude. I'm telling you, Vandenberg would have been one of the most picturesque shuttle launches ever. Look. Look at some... Oh. That would have been so sick, dude. It would have been so sick. Which one do they have at Udvar Hazy? Discovery. I'll ask the question. Would it have made more sense for the Air Force to have commissioned Rockwell to build them their own shuttle fleet? That's what they were going to do, Nova. They were doing that. Discovery was built for the Air Force, guys. It was built for the Air Force. Crazy. That pad was finished too. Yeah, pad was ready to go. All they had to do was just put a shuttle stack on it, and they never did. I wish. Could you imagine Space Force using the shuttle today? That'd be great. I have more Vandenberg pictures in here. There you go. Should be doing that with SLS. How'd the shuttle mission go? Perfect. MotoKid, everything was perfect. Yeah, I got all kinds of good pictures in here. That's one of my favorites. I thought Discovery would have been handed over to the Air Force, not built for them. You're confusing what being built for and being handed over for. It was built for the Air Force, tested by NASA, and then it was supposed to be handed over to the Air Force. You're getting confused. I wish the shuttle would have sent people to the moon. It would still be around. Venture Star with no crew from the start was stupid. Hey, it is what it is. All right, guys. So I'll see you tomorrow for SWAT, and then we're going to put Tidris up there. So we're going to get some Centaur G action tomorrow. That's what we're up to. And Novaraptor, the idea, so like, okay, when they built the shuttle assembly lines, right? The idea is that they were going to build more. They were going to build more. They built, I mean, look, think about it. So they built Columbia, Challenger, and then Discovery and Atlantis. Discovery was built in 83. Atlantis was built in, I think Atlantis started flying in 85, right? And they were basically, once they handed over once they handed the orbiter over to the Air Force, they were gonna score another one. They were probably gonna make Endeavour. In fact, Endeavour was made out of the leftover parts that they had on the line after Challenger. They literally built it out of spare parts. And the crazy part is that Rockwell said they would build two. They would build NASA 2 shuttles for the price of one because they have so many spare parts left over, and they never did it. NASA said no because they had budget cuts. They couldn't handle another orbiter. But we don't have to worry about that right now because NASA is actually doing quite well. So anyway, that's going to do it for me, dudes. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you guys tomorrow at 6:30 for SWAT. Let's see. Who is out and about streaming? Oh, Haas is doing some GTA gambling. That should be a good time. Let's go see what my buddy Haas is up to. He's doing some GTA RP, but he's gambling in GTA RP. Hey, Night Pulse. I'll see you later, man. Yeah, go see what he's up to, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I'm teeing up 3 shuttle missions tomorrow. Seriously, 3. We're putting Tidris up there. We're cranking out 3 missions. I've seen enough. I'm pretty damn happy with the shuttle. We got to start doing stuff. Put Tidris in. So the tracking data system, we're going to get that all done. And I need to tee up station payloads after that. Or we could do science satellites or some commercial missions too. We could aggregate rideshare and do getaway special style missions. So we'll figure it out from there. But I have 3 Tidris missions ready to go for tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. See you guys at 6:30 for SWAT. So I'm going to cover that, and then I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to launch 3 times, and it'll be awesome. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a good night. Go see what Haas is up to.